to know my mind is made up and I wanna go. And I've been thinking about what to do. Been thinking about me, about being you. For a long time I try to find reason to stay here in this cage of mine. Well, I don't need no borderline. I don't need that frame of mind. Let me tell you, I
Hey. Yo. Oh. Bam, 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 bam. What you want to say. Tell me what you want to do. I can do it all. God damn. Ba 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 ba. Woo. Ba 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 ba. Hey yo, good morning, evening, afternoon. People. What's up? What's up? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's up? How you guys doing today? What is up? It is a Friday, my duty. My duty. Oh my god. How you guys doing? Nin, Alu, and everyone else lurking in the chat. What's up? What is up? Hope you guys are doing a good and is having a pretty decent day, at least. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. And Hadian, what's up? Dad? No, I'm not your dad. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're on the weekend! Oh shit, bruh! Oh shit! Oh shit! It's insane, man. It's insane. Formula weekend back. Formula? What kind of formula? How's your day? I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Just doing my shit. Just doing my shit. How about you guys? How about you guys? You guys having a decent, very good, or okay? Either way, I hope that it's somewhat good. Hey, we are back, baby. Hold up, it's my overlay. I actually forgot to fix my overlay every time. Let me test it out, yeah? Da, da, da. Okay, looks like it's still not. Oh, it's fixed! Oh my god! It is fixed. I didn't even notice. Alright, that's just a test alert. My normal my normal overlays fixed. The thingy at the top. Previously it didn't want to show the names of the latest subscribers or donos. Now it does. God damn, son. God damn. God damn.
I'm not a weeb.
Yeah, you're a weeb. Okay. Bing bang boom bop. Does it show? It shows. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Let me update my shit then. Commission grind. Oh shit, bruh. Oh shit. How's it going so far? Smooth? Because I know how you feel. Sometimes it can be smooth. Sometimes it can be like, you know, Be like, what the fuck? Man, what the fuck? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? God damn it, Google Chrome. By the way, good shit with the work in progress. Alu. See, you're drawing a fox. I'm actually not that good with drawing like animals at all. It's not really on my. I used to do it, but I never practice it. So maybe in the future, I kind of want to draw like cats and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Maybe in the future, sometimes in the future. If we chill like a villain, chill like a villain. I die inside. Gambare. Okay. I'm Intel inside. Ah, good one. I like it so far though. I want to share and gush about it. Go for it. I mean, if you don't mind, or if you want to wait until like you finished it. Either way. So what sinful pick we're gonna see today? Well, we'll see. We'll see. So far, my proudest one is this one, the latest one still. I'm really proud of this one. But still have yet to make another good one. You know how it is, you know how it is. You know how it is. Hey. Yeah. I feel like I need a new nib though. For the pen. It's starting to get kind of scratchy. Or what? I'm thinking about getting a new kind of... a different kind of nib. Because I know there's like a custom one out there that makes your pen nib feels like it's a pencil. But I don't know if it's good or not, you know? What software are you using? I am using Eclipsio Paint, a CSP. As you can see here. Ta-da! Just kinda like zoomed it in so it focused on the art. The fuck is Sunful Shop? Huh? Nat killed me, I missed something. No. Nothing. Say that again. Clip Studio Paint. I think I made it as a... Yeah, there you go. As a command. Command. Fuck, pronunciation. Blech. I saw you sitting like daily. So beautiful. Full force and she got me like I'd be like, woo! I got played. Nice ride, man. Nice ride. You know A for effort. E for effort. Gotta make you mine. I'll DM you something I also made like 2 days ago with MS Pen and mouse. It was dreadful time. Oh my god. If I'm in Spain with a silent S. Gracias? Is gracias pronounced like that? Ooh, oh my god, you drew this with mouse? Jesus. I don't understand people who actually draw with mouse. Like, Jesus Christ. Dedication. I respect that. You know what I mean? I tried it before when I still don't have a graphic tablet before. I give up. I was like, nah, yeah, I'm gonna stick with pencil and paper. I was like, nah, dude. It's too just frustrating. Let's say it. Say it Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, brother. Kelly, brother. Kind of want to study some semi-realistic stuff today. It's been a while. Hello, what's up, Psyche? Welcome, welcome. Oh, I love this song so much. Woof. What is Neon White all about? It's I would say it's like a, I don't know, it's like a, it's not a roguelike. It's a shooter. It's like a strategic shooter. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but I love the beta. And the game just released like literally yesterday, and we're gonna play the shit out of it today. Uh, I give up on commission grant. I'm weak to temptation. I lurk gonna play Valorant. Alright, have fun. Don't worry about it, man. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just finished The Witcher 3 yesterday, even though I hate RPG. Bad ending. Ah, unlucky, man. The fact that you actually finished the game is actually impressive. I dropped it after like 8 hours. I tried. Ah, shit. Let me put you guys up there. Beautiful eyes. Thank you. It's about to be ice. Wait, dropped it? The amount of dialogues. It's too much for me. Yeah. And the gameplay, the combat is not really my kind. Like, it's not really for me. So I was like, I'm good. I'm pretty sure the game is fucking good. I just, I'm not, I don't have enough, like, oh, I really have to play this shit. Like, no. Not really. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay, I saw the trailer. Was the MC sounds like Spike? I don't know. But the game is really, really addicting. Especially if you kind of like speedrun-ish, which I did. Played like that. It was really fun. I can't wait. Oh, Cyprus. I know Cyprus. Cyprus? I have no idea what that is. Is it free? No. It's $10, I think. Depends on region, obviously, but I bought it for $10. So it's like an indie game price. We have enough beaches and that's it. A lot of heat too. There is no my country. I have the lakes. Huh? The lakes? Yeah, my geography is dumbass. So don't worry about it. I don't know a lot of countries. I only know like the one that mention a lot on the media. My geo is like fucking C or something. Lashes. What is lashes? What was that? What was that?
Jaguja guja 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 goo goo rad less smarter than kangaroo lol.
What the fuck? What the fuck is the jagger? Okay. Go on. I kind of just like the art just as is. Not sure if I want to add anything more to this one. Yeah, it's kind of nice to look at, right? So never, 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 just thinking of me. Do 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 do. Chicka-pa, 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 chicka-pa. Yeah, kind of like this as is. I'm losing my way. I'm scared of adding color. Why? You go crazy, man. Shouldn't be scared. Art is more about, you know, having fun, experimenting with it. You can't go wrong with it. You know what I mean? There's only working towards something. Erasing color isn't easy. That's true. But not erasing too much of it is also a good practice. You know? Like you know, like what Bob Ross said. There's no mistakes. There's only happy accidents. So drawing something like one layer and stuff like that sometimes really helps. In terms of like pushing yourself over outside your safe zone, outside of your boundaries. Like if you're scared of doing something, just push yourself a little bit in that direction. Sometimes you never know what would you get. It's really noise. It's really noise. I'm losing my way through the sadness. I'm losing my way through this darkness. She was heartless. I'm losing my way through the darkness. She was heartless. Was in my way. Let's do a bunch of sketches for today. Sketchy time. Can I DM you updated version? Updated version? Ooh! Oh, that looks nice. Good stuff. You nailed the eyes, by the way. Good shit, man. Good shit. Very realistic drawing. Yes, sir. Was feeling a little bit sketchy earlier. Well, literally sketchy. What's up, Yua? How you doing? How you doing? Huh? Oh. Feeling saucy. Good chilling after work. How's you all? I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Also kind of got off work earlier. A little bit later than usual, but you know what? It is what it is. I'm chilling right now, and that's all that matters, man. That is all that matters. You know, you know. I'm Gucci. Nice to hear you too. Yes, sir. Wait, Gucci out there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Sky. Sky. Skyline. 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 Hmm. Oh, this is a really, really nice playlist. Oh. Water. Actually, I need that. Thank you, zombie, and welcome. Hello, Jigu. Good morning. How you doing? Mm. What are you drawing? Nothing really in particular. Just kind of sketching it out. See where my hand is leading me to. It looks like right now I'm drawing someone's juggling a ball. Not that kind of juggling. It's like, you know, football, soccer, wherever you were from. Soccer. Welcome back. Aren't you gonna color in the last thing? I'm kind of feeling a little different mood today. Maybe later, maybe in the next one. We'll see. Right now I'm feeling very sketchy. Like, literally sketchy. Like, sketching. As you can see. It did color it white. Okay, I don't know about that one. I'm good, I'm good. Thankfully don't have work today. I slept till like 3 p.m. Hey! High five. Good shit though. Chill day then. Chill day. That's good. That's good. What is a daily tax thingy for? Nothing. Just like real tax. Just kidding. I forgot why we added that in the first place. It's like a banter. Didn't it replace the waste 1,000 points? I guess so, yeah. I forgot. It's been a while. Did I wash one of the dirtiest painting rooms in the school? Ooh. That sounds fun. I think I've done that before. Oh god. Okay, let's not add the face for now. I'm not too sure what to do with it. Uh, Water is a 1 hour timeout. Yeah, because sometimes I drink it manually. Like, I mean, automatically, like on reflex, I just grab the bottle. You see? It's more of like a reminder in case I forgot. I'm actually pretty good with drinking water consistently. I can say I can confidently say I drink like almost 2 liters a day consistently. Dude, Omor is on Game Pass. It's almost like I have no excuse to play it now. I mean, if you're interested, go for it, man. Honestly, it's a good one. I just the combat is not for me. To be fair, I'm not a good I'm not a turn-based gamer like from the start. So the fact that I played Omori for like almost almost 10 hours is pretty amazing. But yeah, I didn't finish it because the combat starting to frustrated me. Like, yeah, it's not really my thing. I think I'm gonna pass. So I did. Have you already tried Neon White? On beta. I basically just finished out the demo. Beta pass. And the game just released yesterday, or last night, technically. We're gonna play it later. I'm honestly pretty fucking excited. Because that game's really fucking fun. I swear. Da, 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 da. For some reason, I cannot put a face in this guy. It's like a faceless dude. I don't know where I'm going with this. Blech. Are smart fella or fart smella? Hey. Jesus. I don't know if I'm ready for a sad boy game right now. It's not that much of a sad. I mean, I guess so. Like, yeah. It was pretty sensitive stuff in there. And pretty graphic as well. It's not what I expected. I kind of thought it would be a deck builder. No, it's not. It's like one of those RPG maker game that have a very sensitive story. Sketch me something, sketch whatever zombie wants. Oh! Oh my god. Good gamer, you forgot how the sketch works. Fuck. And you proceed to lose everything. Alright, zombie, what do you want? I'm back. I actually plugged. Oh boy. What do you want, zombie? Just realized this arm's a little bit low. What you want, man? What you want? Oh, fuck. Woo! This one looks pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Looks really nice. Kinda wanna color it. Oh my god. Hey. Don't gamble all. Just wanna fucking lose your fucking points, eh? No problem, I have like 180k points. Jesus. Someone's farming. Alright. Do it up. Let's do it up. A zombie watching TV, maybe. A zombie watching TV. A zombie. Huh. Never draw a zombie before. I don't think so. What does a zombie looks like? Alright. Let's see. Okay, I don't know why, but let's see. Seems an interesting concept. Actually, the side would be cool. Oh, Jenny! A cat in a nurse scrubs? Oh my god. Did you always have like the cutest requests? Thank you for the sketch request. I just imagine majority of my requests would be something shmuel. Exactly! Shmuel! Oh my god. Shmuel. Ooh, the guitar solo, holy shit. Discord, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the club. I don't know why I think of this, but this is kind of funny. I like it. It's a broken nose, by the way. I don't think it's kind of visualized better. I don't know why I'm really in the mood of a little bit of a semi-realistic style today. So the drawing style today is a little bit different than how I mean, look at this too. Looks very fucking different. Oh, by the way, before I forgot. Draw. Okay, Jix. Zombie actually looking good, yeah. For some reason, because I never draw a zombie before, and when TV Zombie requested a zombie watching TV, I was like, I immediately thought of The Walking Dead. I get to read that comic for a bit while ago, and I guess that's what came in my head immediately, and yeah. I want to make this a little bit interesting though. Something. Oh, this is an old TV, by the way. How do I? Let me just do this. Looks really good. Thank you. Hold up. Gonna make it like this. Ding, 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 ding. Can't stop. Do 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 do. It's like some kind of a mirror. I don't know. For some reason I kind of want to put like some kind of a story here behind the drawing. And then, last but not least, nah. Very done. Do you think I can get the sketch? I'll post this on Discord and Twitter when I'm done. And yeah, you can get those. You can get those, yes sir. Jesus, this is massive. Hold up. It's too big. What song is this? Exclamation song. Hey, exclamation song. Yeah. It's a oh. All right, there we go. I don't know. I was just having fun with it. A zombie watching TV. Requested by TV a zombie. Oh shit, bruh. Oh shit. Let me save this. Alright. Let me post this. Boop boop. Oh wait, hold up. Kinda wanna add one more detail. There we go. Oh my god. FKJ makes some really nice beat. I swear. A zombie watching TV. Requested by TV Zombie. Provided by, sponsored by Good Gamer. Thank you. Bada bing. Bada boom. Oh. Ta-da. Alright, while we're at it, let me go through some. Oh wait, right, we have Jenny. Boop, boop. Alright, you can check out the art on the Discord, oh yeah? Discord. Discord. I wish I was good at drawing. Everyone can be good at drawing. It's more of a matter of, do you want to put your time into it? Because honestly, it just takes times to be good at it. Or at least, like, enjoyable. How many requests do you have? Oh, tons. I haven't done it for a while. Jigs, what is your request? Come on. What is that? What the hell, Jig? What the hell? Okay. Alright, let me think. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm not doing Rukos in order. It's gonna be like thingy thing. Okay, let me see. Oh. Okay. Sixteen more minutes before Wata is back. Wata. Ah. Uh. Uh. Hmm. Huh. Mm, I mean, oh, Jesus, what? I don't know how to draw the body. I have it in my head, but it looks weird. Uh, um, uh, hmm. This is why Leo never have a body. I just don't. I never really thought about it. Are we COVID edition? Are we like mask on? So- Oh, wait. I got a better idea. Uh, um. Oh. Oh, one sec. Got a call. Oh, wait. My thingy thing is here. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. 1 second. Screwed. I'm back. Welcome back. Give me a sec. I'm back. Okay, can we change the song a little bit? Need a different vibe from this one. No. No. Okay. Sure, we can work with this one. Uh, du, du, du. Now, how the fuck do I add arms? I don't never add arms for Leo. Every like that. I think that works. It looks so off. I don't know. Okay, let's see if it works. Oh boy. Want an updated pic? Sure. Sure thing, man. Sure thing. Nah, let's just let it be like this. I have to add some color in this one. Like a very light blue, I think. It's like one of the common color for nurse scrub. Okay, this is too chill. There we go. I don't know why I make the cat eating, but I just immediately imagine that he's on a break. He's enjoying his sandwich. That's all. She's like, yes. I am on a break. And I'm eating sandwich. Sandwich. There's the cart thingy. Wow. Look at how professional. The detail. Yeah, this is like based on my remembering. This is how I remember the nurse scrub looks like. So like purely on imagination. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. What does a common mask looks like? A color. Is it like green or blue? Oh, okay. It's kind of like this. So I'm gonna make the color a little bit different. Why not? Actually, it's a lot more lighter. So, oh my god. Of course, I gotta give some detail to the bread, the sandwich. Very important. Very crucial. Gotta make the food delicioso. Where is beard? No, this one doesn't have a beard. There you go, done. Jen is not wrong, it is very shmoy. It's a shmoy. Oh! Oh my god. You are completely right. Da, 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 da. Oh god. No, 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 no. My favorite juice box flavor, grape. Let's go. So cute. God bless Jenny's request. It's always so nice. There we go. Be good. Da, da, da. Alright, save. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Mm. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let me upload this. There you go. Uploaded to Discord. Thank you for the request. Alright, let's do one more. Do one more from the list. Let me see. Yeah, I think this is like why the reason why I started the sketch request in the first place. Like you guys got some really good suggestions sometimes, so it's nice. Oh, we've been drawing for 2 hours exactly. We can fit in one more. From the queue. Let's take one from the queue. I just realized I have so many dumbass requests in the list. Draw a perfect circle. Sketch a blank canvas. Feet. Draw these nuts. Oh my god. Ah! Sketch this. Starry Night? Okay, Starry Night's gotta require extra time for that one. I gotta do that one right now. It's gonna be so dumb. Let me draw one of these dumb requests. And then there's this shit like one sentence just says art, and then the other one he said free art, and then another one he just said before smiley face. Dude, what? What am I supposed to do with this? What do I do with this request? God damn it. I'm waiting for my 5 requests in 8 months. That's basically raddtrap sketch requests. You can sign up one, but you don't know when you'll ever get them. It's like you know, one of those TV shows where the audience can dunk their hand into the fucking bowl of like balls and just like, you know, and I just take one. That's basically it. You skip. I never do this on cue. It's kind of like which one that I can draw right now. I don't do this on like cue and stuff. Because if I do it on cue, it's gonna be like commission. You know what I mean? Commission equals stress. Pepe meltdown. Sketch request is more of like you guys give me some ideas and makes it fun. Alright, let's draw this one. What's this song, by the way? Oh, Temptation Stairway. Nah. And it's impossible if I make this on cue. It's impossible to do. Okay, this one's interesting. I don't even know how to start this one. Ooh. Okay, this one's actually hard. Let me think. Imagination. Okay, I need music. Oh, good one. All right. All right, my brain's not working right now. Bum bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba bum bum ba. Wait, okay. Oh Lord. Okay. Alright, let's try this one. I don't know if I can draw this one. Is this TOS if I do this? I don't know. Am I gonna get banned? Let's just give it a try first. Let's see what's up. If it starts looking weird, let me know, chat. No, I'm not, not these. Just watch. If you know, you know. If you know, just you know. You'll see. I cannot stop laughing. The image in my head is so funny. God damn it! I wish I could just like print out my imagination. Fuck. It's so dumb. Uh. Okay, I think it. Okay. Thinking if. I don't know how to put it in the drawing. Like the idea is so good, but I don't know how to put it down. Oh man. Ah man. I cannot nail it. Fuck. It just doesn't look good. So dumb. Uh. Dude, I cannot. I cannot. I think my hand is not cooperating. It's 2 hours my limit. God damn it. I feel like my hand's running out of charge for drawing. Or maybe it was because after work. Just too fucking tired. Oh man. Yeah, it just doesn't, whenever I draw the line, it just doesn't come out as how I wanted it. I think we can stop here for drawing. It's been 2 hours anyway. Just charge it back up. C jerk. I don't know. I think that's gonna exhaust it even more.
I went to a mall today. It's called Mike Hawk's Mall.
Aha, aha, lol. Good one. Get alive, you fat fuck. You gotta put it like this, Jix. You gotta put it this. There we go. We need to find a combo emote for that one. Something like let me see. I don't have a lewd emote. Maybe I need to make one sometime. Yeah, it's a combo emote. That's why I subbed to 7TV. It's for those. I think we have like what? We have like a bunch of them, actually. You know my new favorite emote that I actually want to make a alternative for sub emote? Binoculars. I'm thinking about making Leo binoculars. I think that would be nice. So you guys can spam that in like some other streamer or VTuber, and you guys just like, oh mama, binoculars. I think that would be nice. I don't have a dad joke for the day, so I'll improvise. Is the joke? Oh, I get it. Jix didn't get it. So bait, so bait. Good one, Dad. Good one. Boop 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 boop. Okay, I think we're done for drawing session for today. I think it's time for gaming, or actually React Andy first. Is there any interesting React Andy for today, chat? Oh, the combo with a Soulful Bounce. Smart, Gara. Actually a perfect combo. Smart. Big brain. It's actually the perfect emote combo for Jigs. Just tag him next to it. How you doing, by the way? Steve? Almost pronounced wrong again. Steve. Steve. I was 4K Andy on Valo yesterday. Ooh. Wait, what does 4K Andy means? Wait, 4 kills? Oh no. It happens, man. It happens. Wait 1 second. Steve. I mean 4K, 4 kills around, but never 8. Oh, okay. I thought you actually got 4 kills with the whole game. I was like, Jesus Christ. But of course, you're not that bad, right? I, you know, Gara the carry. God damn. The kill's always 3-digit. Jesus, wicked. Steve's about to get ready to go outside for some dinner. Oh shit. What'd you get it for dinner? I actually think it's possible for you to only have 4 kills overall, imagine. Listen, there are times where I play Valorant with my friend, and I was, to be fair, on the second monitor, I was watching a movie, and I literally just like hop on because my friend said, -1 Valo at raddtrap. I was like, yeah, you know, whatever. And that game only get like 8 kills. At least the movie was good. I forget what movie it was. But yeah, I mean, I never had, you know, usually my Valorant kills never below 30. It's always 30 plus, you know, it's kind of whatever. Okay. We got some videos links in the chat. Let me add them one by one real quick. Cookie Genshin? New video? Oh shit. For real? Genshin Cookie. Cookie actually my new favorite character in Genshin. After Venti. Of course. There's priority. Obviously. I already know what I want. They have a delicious steak there with mashed potato and oh, steak with mashed potatoes. Oh my god. I love anything potatoes, but mashed potatoes is like one of my favorite. Oh my, I can't. Oh my god. Ah! I could eat that all day. Okay, what else did I wanted to watch? I forget. I remember yesterday. Oh, Asing have a new video, and Valorant have the leak for the upcoming skin, but it's a leak, so I cannot watch it with you guys. I haven't seen it either, but I don't know if it's is it a leak, Gara? So I cannot watch it. Is that the case? I really want to see it. Peeps already played on it, so I can see the fucking thingy. Can I watch the skin on stream? Actually, the map is the fucking map thingy doesn't have like a proper map look over. Oh wait. Oh, episode 5 cinematic starts in 2 days. I'll take a picture for you. I'll either have pepper sauce or béarnaise. What the fuck is a béarnaise? They were going out in 1.5 hours. Hell yeah. Have fun, have fun. What's the name of the skin again, Gara? Valorant skin. I don't know what's the name. Prelude to Chaos. Alright, let's just check this out real fucking quick, because I'm just kinda curious. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to see all the fucking drawings, I just drew like 2 sketch requests today, which this is Cat Nurse Scrubs by Jenny, and then this is a Zombie Watching TV, requested by TV Zombie. And I drew this just out of ordinary, just like semi-realistic eyes. I don't know if I want to upload this. This is like literally just this. But yeah. Okay. Béarnaise sauce, you haven't had it before? I don't think so. Let me Google it real quick. Oh, fuck. Béarnaise sauce. The fuck does this mean? Why is it called Béarnaise? Oh wait. The sauce name is related to the province of Béarn, France. Oh. Maybe I had it before, but it's just called something else. It's like one of those garlicky sauce that you put on the steak. I don't know. I'm not really a big steak guy. I usually only eat steak on a steakhouse if invited by friends or family. But it's never really my #1 option. Okay. Let me take a look at this real quick. Bum, bum, bum. Only sauce is A1. True. What are those? What is dumb steak? The best steak, the wagyu, wagyu, wagyu steak. 100% original. Wagyu. Like some people pronounce wagyu very weirdly. Wagyu? How do you guys call it again? In America, I forgot. It's so fucking weird. It's like, it's not wagyu. It's something else. Wagyu or something. It's so fucking... Yeah, it's one of them wagyu steaks. So good. I forgot the video. It's so good. Oh! Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh! Excuse? Alright. Ooh, we got the omen color pattern as well. Ooh. Oh, okay, the knife is a sword. I'm not really a fan of the sword skin in Valorant. It looks okay. It's not... It's too big. How's this? Spectre. Oof. Okay, I'm probably not gonna get this Spectre. It's cool, not too distracting, and it's omen color. Oh no. The op's so sexy. This might... Ooh. I still don't have an op skin. And most of my games I play as an opper. Gotta have those way gay stakes. Wait, where's the kill? Come on, really? Where's the fucking kills, man? What is it called again? Fucking Prelude to Chaos. Or it's like one of those. What? Did they drag them to hell? Hello? Oh my god. Oh Jesus, my ear. It's so blurry though. This is like the official leak. Oh my god, that's so sexy. Okay. Demonic skin. This is like Doom. This has got the Doom vibe. Except the color pattern. Oh, that is so nice. I might get the op one. Since I don't have the op. I still don't have an op skin. I don't know what the color variation though. I guess red, green, 2 and 2 more. I guess this is the default, the purple one, which is the only one that I care about. I just want a matching color for Omen. Since whenever I play Omen, I mostly op anyway. Oh, it's so sexy, dude. Alright, alright. This is probably gonna be a little bit more expensive though, but I'll just get the op, whatever, and then be done with it. I wish I could play Valorant. Yeah, not on PS5, isn't it? It's kind of shucks. Maybe in the future. I don't know. Get a gaming laptop or PC, Steve. PC hardware price is going down. New map is kind of like Inferno. It even have sewers. Valorant Pearl. Is there the one that have no commentary?
Welcome to Pearl, an extremely...
Oh my god, okay.
Make these jumps right here, a little bit of a leap, lets you jump up here, and another jump up here to get on top of this double box.
Alright, you know what? This guy is fine.
The bomb spawns in this beautiful circular puddle right here in the middle. You can actually hear little wet sounds like normal. This is the back of the map. It looks amazing. Of course, you cannot access it. We are in a dome underwater. And no, unfortunately, you can't shoot the dome. Probably the most disappointing part about the map. Starting on
what do you mean?
Attacker side spawn, we're going to head on the furthest left towards B side. Once you enter the next room, it is called Mid Shops. Mid Shops has a barrier right here, and while you're attacking, you can either get up close and personal up to here, or you can make these jumps right
Each side have two pathways.
Jump up here and another jump up here to get on top of this double box.
Oh, it has some kind of a mid.
Jet, so I can show normal jumps as
oh.
well as abilities to add.
So like, we gotta like B long, and then A long, and then like. The mid section is like a 4-way shit. So people can like op fight in here and then in here, like this and this is gonna be like the common op spot, or this and this, or maybe this. B long can also be, I mean, this is not a good op spot. Look at the line, holy shit. It's kind of remind me of Aztec a little bit, with the midsection able to get across in between the two sides. Yeah, I know what you mean. Interesting. Yeah, let's not go through this one for too long. Probably gonna check it out later. Alright. Next one. Or maybe when this new season come. The Ring, tallest Sadako scary prank in Japan. Whoa. Okay, what kind of tunnel is that? Oh no. Hey, fitta! Fuck you, dude. Oh, this is actually high quality. Okay, this is actually like good quality, kind of like Monka Giga video. Like actually put some efforts into it instead of just like, you know. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Okay. What are these guys doing anyway? What the fuck? There's no subtitle for a translation. What are they doing in this? Like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? Just boys being boys going to hang out in a tunnel. Okay. Alright. Oh no, a couple. I would actually go and tackle that. I don't know. That looks freaky as fuck. Did his phone just dropped? It looks very shit on camera. You gotta remember this kind of stuff. Like, you know how one of those like scary house stuff that you would go in like festival? Those things look shit as well. Those things are budget. But like dark lighting and everything helps enhance, like, you know, your brain kind of like makes it scarier or ominous. This tunnel is probably darker than it looks like in the camera. You know? And I guess because of how tall it is, it looks unreal. You know what I mean? Like your brain's not gonna use logical senses at all for like the first couple seconds. Your brain just like, you've seen this in the scary movie shit kind of stuff. Now it looks kind of dumb in the light. It's dark. It looks fucking creepy as fuck, dude. Fuck no. Oh, did someone call the cops? Oh no. Oh, fuck that. This guy screamed like rat. Yeah, see, spots like this is like very ominous. It's like liminal spaces. Oh man, coming out of the toilet, just look, staring at that. That's so good. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh, Neko. Alright, this one is actually a pretty long video. I'm pretty sure this is like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning probably. That's why there's a lot of joggers. Dude, that looks creepy as fuck. That run, you know he kicked it up a notch. Oh, he's running as fast as possible there. Oh shit. It's an actual athlete. He's on a practice. Oh my god. I wonder what happened with the cops. They probably hide when the cops come in. They're probably gonna get in trouble. The cops will be like, you know, can arrest them or some shit for being shady as shit. Oh yeah, it's pitch black, dude. Like, it's probably like normal camera here. It's super dark. You can barely see anything. I wonder how they do that. Ahoy, what's up, Dega? How you doing? I don't know, man, I honestly don't think I would run from that. Oh, I would. Like if I'm chilling with some friends here and I see that, you'll see me run the fastest. I'm a pussy when it comes to shit like this. Anything slightly weird, slightly off, I would just get the fuck out. Yeah, and then there's those people where just they're so scared they don't know what to do, so they just like stand still. Alright, it's like jump scare shit. Oh. That's so fun. Shit. Alright, next one.
Fucking get a life, you fat fuck!
Alright, thank you, Doc. Alright, next one.
This video is brought to you by a friend of the channel, Squares.
Fuck you, Jigs. God damn it. Can I send a video? Yeah, sure. Alright, let's check out the cookie first.
I wear a mask because I don't want to be recognized by anybody. I'm Kuki Shinobu, deputy leader of the Arataki gang. My primary responsibilities are to bring in business and maintain a stable team, as well as bailing out the gang from the police station. Being in the gang means having lots of free time.
Why
I
the
often finish
English
reading a whole book or even pass
though?
a certificate exam before I even
On
realize
Japanese.
it. Just let me know if you ever find yourself in a pinch. I can help you out.
Yeah, I just post the YouTube link. I need to make a fan art of her. I really like her design. It's so cool.
Don't feel sorry for them. They need to learn their lesson.
Shinobu, time to roll.
Oh.
Don't tell me they did it again.
What's his name again? The big boss. Good shit, man. Okay. What is this? Oh, it's one of those things. Dude, I want to go to like one of those escape room thing again. I did it once before with my college friends. Okay, man. This friend locked him in. What an asshole. The employees themselves can't even escape the unexpected. Oh no, he banged his head. What? Okay, no way. No way, dude. No way. Good one. Oh. 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 Oh no. Oh. That's gonna cost them extra. Oh no! See, you can see the budget through the night lights. Good one. We have the guy who hid behind the lamp and the FBI didn't find him. Oh yeah, I know that one. That one went viral for a bit. Good time. Alright. Oh, this one. This is the continuation of the Acing Backrooms series. It just uploaded yesterday. It's called The Search.
On February 1st, 1984. The viewing of this tape indicates a greater cat development facilities strongly prohibited.
Wait. Oh, this is exactly where we left off last time. Where he got rescued.
What was that?
Oh shit, it's so loud.
Kevin, you guys still at the site? We think we just saw someone running. What the hell? This looked different before.
Is this supposed to look like this?
No, this is definitely not the way that I came.
They all look exactly the same.
Kevin, Bill, I think some sort of shift might have occurred. We're surrounded by hallways that all look exactly the same, and we don't know which way is the right one. Yeah, but they're all pointing towards
Now they're fucked.
and we don't know which path leads back to the 100% sure. We've been following the main line ever since we left the site. What should we do?
Can barely understand what they say. Oh. Kevin! No! Oh no. What happened here?
Where'd they go?
I have no idea, but I think
Yeah, you're right. Let's go look for him.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man. I think that's a good idea.
I'm thinking maybe we head left, since we just came from the right path and we didn't see them.
Okay. Let's head left.
Phil!
Kevin!
Phil! But they're
Which way should we go?
Let's head this way. Phil, Kevin, do you copy? I repeat, do you copy?
Phil! Kevin!
Mongga giga.
Are you sure this is the way that we came?
I'm pretty sure. I really hope so. And I really hope we can find Kevin and Phil.
Phil! Kevin!
It's just really hard when everything looks exactly the same.
What is that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's open. That means they must have came this way. Let's go take a look.
Okay, let's go.
I noticed that acing videos is a lot more like linear compare. Wait, that's it? The fuck? What the fuck is this? I noticed their videos like a lot more linear and a lot more of a anomaly setting compared to the Kevin Pixel, I think. Did Kevin haven't uploaded this one? What is his name? Was it Kevin Pixel? Something pixels. Backroom pixels. Kane Pixels. This last video was 3 weeks ago. This one's a lot better in terms of like the quality. But yeah, I guess it takes time for this one. I have DM you an updated drawing to check later. Alright, man. Check it out after this, yeah? Alright, next one. Living with Joel Haver Simulator.
Hey Joel.
Hi, Dimitri.
What was that?
Nothing. Do you want to see the picture?
I mean, I get it's really far, but I'm assuming that's just me chilling here.
I'll talk to you later, okay, Dimitri?
Why did you do that?
I love you.
All right, man.
I love you, Dimitri.
Yeah, no, I get it. And you're gonna take another picture? Yeah, that's cool. That's two pictures.
Yeah, that's actually really nice.
All right, you want to just like not do that? What are you shushing? What are you doing?
You're gonna be quiet now, Dimitri.
Is that a threat? What are you doing right now?
You're gonna be a little quieter now when I disappear, okay?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
It's basically
God dang it.
What are you getting
how
mad
you
that
live
just...
with me. What it looks like.
All right.
It's kind of Red Trap Simulator.
Joel, what are you doing?
Joel,
Are you doing your little guys who dance on the screen?
Yeah, making them do a little dance. That's what I'm doing.
You found new ways to download your characters.
I mean, they're not down. You don't down. I just drew them.
And you use funny words to make them say jokes, you program?
I don't know what that means, but yeah, whatever.
That's so exciting. I love you doing that.
Why do you keep doing this?
Oh my God,
Is this
you're
like a game you're
downloading
doing?
new
Is this
pictures and versions onto your computer.
Are you taking pictures of me or my process or
Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Everything you're doing is amazing.
What are you doing right now? Why do you keep shushing? What is this?
Okay, Dimitri, I'm gonna go now.
All right, bye, Joel. Bye.
Ta-ta for now, my friend.
Nobody says that. What the fuck? Bye, Joel. I'll see you later.
Wait, don't go. It's almost done.
For what? What do you want?
It's almost done. 1 sec.
What's almost done? What are you talking about?
1, 2, skilly-doo-doo, and...
Time to show Dimitri.
Oh!
What was that? The computers don't even make that sound. What is that?
Come see.
Oh my God. All right, fine. What is it, Joel? What do you want to show me?
Shh, just watch. Oh, this is my favorite part. Oh, it's you again. Look, it's you. That's you.
This is so dumb.
What do you think?
Is that really what I look like?
That there, you on the screen?
Yeah.
That's 100% raw Dimitri, served up as is.
Wow.
Isn't it amazing seeing yourself through somebody else's eyes? That's the power of movies. That's what movies give us.
True.
Anyways, take this.
Really?
You're going out tonight, right? Spend
Yeah.
as much of my money as you want, okay?
All right, thanks, Joel.
Love you, Dimitri.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna just watch it one more time. Ah, Dimitri! Hi! Hi! He can't say hi, he's on a computer. Dimitri! No, okay, he can't say hi. We're gonna have a lot of fun later.
What?
Oh, I love Joel. Alright, man. Oh, wait, one more. What is this? Mary got another video.
Let's do time trials for 3 different ways to empty this bottle. The first way is to do absolutely nothing
Do the
special
tornado.
and just flip it upside down. As you can see, this is really slow because the air bubbles have to go in to fill the vacuum that's created as the water's leaving, and these bubbles obstruct the flow
Tornado
of
or
water.
the fire?
By the time the bottle was completely empty in this method, it was around 15.5 seconds. The second strategy is to swing the bottle around to create a vortex. As you can see, this creates a channel of
vortex.
air that helps relieve the pressure and improve the time. This method was almost twice as fast as the first one at around 8.5 seconds. Lastly, the pro strategy, which is to use a straw, unblock the hole right as you release it. The straw provides a passageway to relieve the pressure, and it results in the fastest time at around 4.5 seconds.
I never know that one.
Twice as fast as the half second.
Wait, how do you
Lastly,
keep the straw in though?
Strategy, which is to use a straw, unblock the hole right as you release it. The straw provides a passageway to relieve the pressure, and it results in the fastest time at around 4.5 seconds.
I guess you just like just keep it there. I'm assuming. Good knowledge. Note it down, chat. I've seen the local 58. Yeah, we've seen it. I think at some point we have like a fucking creepypasta like marathon for like a good couple hour, like a while ago. It was pretty fun. Some of them were creepy as shit. Alright, last video of today, which is This Week in Video Games.
This video is brought to you by friend of the channel Squarespace. Stick around to learn more about them, as well as a special offer they're making available through my channel.
Gamers!
I am back from LA, safe and sound, I hope. I'm awaiting the results of a Rona test, since like 4 people I met over there were like, oh hey man, just so you know, I got the Rona and we were hanging out a ton. I hope you're all Gucci, peace. That's okay, by the way. A bit of ISO is probably just what the doctor ordered after the excitement of the Summer Game shindig. I had a grand old time, got to hang out with Yong, with Jake Baldino, with Danny O'Dwyer of NoClip, and a few other people that I won't spoil yet. Tune in this weekend to find out more. In all the business of the post-show chin-wagging, podcast recording, and 14-hour flight home, I never got the chance to cover the Xbox showcase, or should I say showcases, since Xbox held some weird extended showcase a few days after the first one, which felt kind of unnecessary and indulgent, but hey, it happened. Now that I'm back, I want to cover it. I know it's late, but I figure all the news I give you is late. All of the time. It's like a week late every week, but you still tune in, and I love you for it. So here it is, people. Uncle Phil's big green video game tacular hoedown. Hold on to your butts.
Whoa!
Of course.
There's a Redfall.
Don't stress, Layla.
I've seen the movement in the dark. I've seen the shadow. I see you.
Oh, Lord!
The show began rather unexpectedly with an extended look at Arcane's Redfall. This was revealed last year, and the cinematic trailer made it pretty clear that it was going to be a Left 4 Dead style co-op shooter. Earlier this year, gameplay leaked, but unlike other gaming leaks, Last of Us 2, that leak was quite contained, as in not many people saw it or even knew it existed. So when the world got their first look at the next big thing from the makers of Dishonored and Prey, people were both surprised
I said
and
Xbox
impressed,
Switch was streaming
generally
Fortnite.
speaking. Surprised
What?
because this is very, very different from anything
Why?
that Arcane has done before. This is a studio famous for single-player immersive sims, not balls-to-the-wall multiplayer shooters, so seeing the full spectacle of this, the dazzling verticality of it, the cast of characters running about and synergizing their abilities as they mow down vampiric hordes, it was a lot to take in. perhaps a little too much for some people. I mean, YouTube like ratios are a very crude and unreliable
Oh my
metric,
god.
but I think there's something in them, and there's definitely a chunk of people
Wait,
that don't
why can't he see the dislike? Is there a way to do that?
like what they're seeing here for whatever reason. Perhaps it's to do with expectations, since Arcane are known for a certain type of game, and this definitely isn't that. Perhaps the single-player focused Arcane community bristle at the thought of an online multiplayer shooter. I don't know. Selfishly, I kind of wish Arcane will make it another immersive sim. That's the honest truth. I love Dishonored, and Prey is a masterpiece, and I'm just like, make more of that. But at the same time, I really do celebrate when studios get to make stuff outside of their traditional wheelhouse, because I'm sure they get bored making the same thing over and over. So while I selfishly want Prey 2, I'm very happy that Arcane are making the game that they want to make, and I have more than enough faith in this studio to make a great game, so I'm looking forward to playing this one when it launches next year.
Honestly, Redfall does not look that appealing, maybe because Back 4 Blood gives a pretty bad taste of what modern Left 4 Dead could look like, and this looks almost similar to Back 4 Blood in a sense, like, you know, this art style and everything's a little bit similar to Back 4 Blood, so it kind of looks like, you know, the expectation is like, oh, it's probably gonna be as boring as Back 4 Blood or something. It looks like that's just me though, but I think based on the dislike ratio, I think a lot of people agrees.
Next up was the biggest troll of the entire show.
Oh, this dude, just give me a release date, man. They showcased this with 0 release dates. Fuck.
As I was watching this, I was like, oh my god, finally, a release date, here we go. I literally held up my phone, ready to take a photo of the release date when it appeared on the screen, since I was watching the show at the Xbox Live FanFest thing. When that final screen flashed up and there was no date, I was like, wow, now I know how everyone felt when I made that Silksong release date joke. Still, the shock of that troll was lessened moments later when Xbox rep Sarah Bond confirmed that the show was focused on stuff you'll be able to play in the next 12 months. And I think that's an important point that got a little overlooked in the coverage. Apparently, this 12-month thing came as a result of Phil Spencer being frustrated that last year's Xbox showcase was full of CG trailers and big promises that wouldn't be delivered for years to come. Apparently, he insisted on actual gameplay for games that will be out in the next 12 months. And I think that approach paid huge dividends, since we saw over 30 games, and we actually got gameplay for pretty much all of them, and we get to actually play these games very soon.
In the next 12 months.
No fucking Elder Scrolls 6 logo reveal, even though it gets released in 2045. Fuck you, Todd. I love it, and it really made me more excited for what we were seeing, because I knew it was actually real.
Jesus,
anyway,
man.
Here's something no one saw coming.
Alright, you're a bounty hunter now. You've got to help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
So personal.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away!
The dude behind
this
Rick
game
and
looks
Morty
sick.
has made more than his fair share of games at this point, but most of them have been lower budget VR titles. This game looks like someone gave him a big pile of money and said, go nuts! And there are very few people that can go more nuts than Justin Roiland. Unironically, this was one of the best looking trailers of the entire showcase. For real, visually this is excellent. Like AAA level visuals, and you just know that it's going to be funny as hell with the talent behind it. I don't know, man, this has all the makings of a sleeper hit, and it's out pretty soon.
I'm actually kind of interested with this
one of Riot's co-founders appeared on screen, ready to announce what was certainly the most underreported news of the entire showcase. Riot and Microsoft are getting into bed together, and hopefully it's consensual, because, you know, Riot. The deal is pretty huge. Game Pass subscribers will get access to every single League of Legends character for PC.
Anyone not excited about this?
League of Legends character for Wild Rift, the mobile port of League of Legends. Every single character in Valorant for PC. A whole bunch of cards for Legends of Runeterra, Riot's league-based card game, and a bunch of stuff for Teamfight Tactics. I don't really know what, because I don't know shit about that.
Oh shit, Onsen. What's up?
Literally thousands of dollars worth of stuff,
welcome,
or thousands of hours worth of grinding,
were you here?
all included in a Game Pass
I didn't see you.
That is insane.
Hello.
And easily the most value that has ever been added to Game Pass in a single edition. Finally, we can combine the wonders of Ranked League with the elevated discourse of Xbox Party Chat. What could go wrong? We did get a brief look at some more A Plague Tale Requiem gameplay. It's looking familiar, but that's perfectly fine since the first one was wonderful and I'd be totally okay with more of that. If car porn is your thing, then you can do a little better than Forza Motorsport, which was unveiled this week. The more serious-faced, track-based counterpart to the racing fiesta that is Forza Horizon, Forza Motorsport is more akin to the Gran Turismo series, only with less microtransactions. Maybe. This year, Forza promises to be even prettier with in-racing ray tracing, something that wasn't available in Horizon, as well as a dynamic day-night cycle that changes not only the aesthetic, but the track conditions as well. Think stuff like the heat of the asphalt and other stuff we probably won't even notice. Damage physics are in there so you can mess your car the hell up. That's nice. To be honest, I wouldn't have cared that much about all of this, except for how much I enjoyed Horizon 5. I know that's a different game, but it was just so well made that I'm actually quite keen to get stuck into motorsport when it launches, whenever that is. Flight Sim is still going strong, only now you can fly...
Honestly, just because it's on Game Pass, I'm probably gonna give it a try. I'm not huge into the Motorsport series. I played Motorsport 3 back in like Xbox, my friend's Xbox, but that was it. I think I'll give it a try. I think I'll give Motorsport a try, like proper try, because this is more of a more simulation than Horizon. Horizon is like Simcade, like more towards the arcade side, which is like a lot more fun. Motorsport is leaning towards the Gran Turismo side, which is a lot more simulation and track instead of like open world.
Pelican from Halo into space.
Do you watch F1?
Yeah. Overwatch 2 is coming.
Not a fan.
It's coming soon.
Unfortunate.
And it's going to be free.
Wait. The PvE is free? I thought the PvP is free. Not a PvE.
With Microsoft soon to acquire Blizzard, we got the first of 2 Blizzard announcements, this one serving up a release date for the sort of anticipated hero shooter, October 4th. That's a good date because it leaves plenty of time for beta testing, which does kick off in July actually, and you can sign up for that right now. The bigger news though is that it's free to play. For a long time now, people have wondered aloud how Blizzard are going to justify the price tag for this product, given that it's more of an update than a sequel, and certainly other similar games would have dished this out for free. Blizzard have smartly sidestepped that question by giving gamers a 5-finger discount, a move that finally aligns Overwatch's business model to that of most contemporary competitive shooters. That wasn't all though, we got the reveal of a new hero.
I swear the
Junker
PvE.
Queen. She's another Australian, pulled straight from the Mad Max archetype. Another one. Anytime a game adds an Australian to the roster, they have to be Mad Max inspired. Those are the rules, I guess. Anyway, look, things are looking up for Overwatch. The beta's coming up, the launch is soon, new hero, free to play, and off the record, I did hear a few interesting things about the future of the game, stuff that I won't spoil because it's not my place to do that. But yeah, the Overwatch community has waited a long-ass time to get here, so hopefully Blizzard delivers on all the promises that they've made. Hey, this looks ridiculously awesome.
Yeah. Oh, this one's gonna be fun.
If you were to ask me what my favorite trailer of the entire showcase was, it'd be this. Perhaps it's because of my childhood fondness for Hot Wheels, or my more recent fondness for the excellent Hot Wheels Unleashed released last year, but goddamn, if this isn't just a fucking cool looking video game. Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels expansion. The trailer they showed off in the showcase all looked a little pre-rendered, and I wondered if the actual video game would look like this, but during the extended showcase they did show some actual gameplay, and yeah, it looks like this. Just so ridiculous and huge and fun looking. God, I really want to race these tracks. This is a paid update coming to Horizon 5 and it's available on July 19th. And I'm very, very down for that. We got yet another CG trailer.
You know, I'm actually kind of hyped to just like, I don't know, not Horizon, Forza new content in general. It's just, I don't know. It just make a really high quality game.
A de-aged Vin Diesel riding a dinosaur in Ark 2. He says, quote, "Any real gamer is excited for Ark 2, end quote. Well, never thought it'd be Vin Diesel of all people to expose me as the fake gamer that I am, but then again, this man was involved in the Fast and the Furious Crossroads, so I should have known better than to doubt him. Here's one you should have on your radar.
Oh, this one's interesting.
Now this is Flintock, probably not something you've heard of to this point, but that's okay. It's flying under the radar like the studio's previous title, Ashen. Ashen was one of the earliest Souls-likes, and it was an interesting take on the formula because of how much it streamlined things and made it more accessible. I kind of described it as like baby's first Souls-like, a really great entry point for anyone intimidated by the genre. This new title, Flintock, retains the same focus on third-person
He said
combat.
Flintock.
It's a lot faster and more flashy this time around.
Flintock.
Nice setting, interesting characters. I think this will be one to keep an eye on. It's launching early 2023. Scorn is that H.R. Geiger-inspired first-person shooter horror game thing. Reports are that this one has had a pretty shaky development, and I've heard from a few people that recent playtesting of the game didn't go so well. This thing looks super cool, but does it play well? I guess we'll find out when it launches on October 21st of this year. Big news if you're a Minecraft fan, a new Minecraft game is on the way. This one is called Minecraft Legends, and really has a trailer shown so much and so little at the same time. I sat through this whole thing waiting for Mojang to explain what the hell this game actually was, but the best they could come up with was action strategy, whatever the hell that means. I even tuned into the extended showcase where the host was like, "What is this game?" And the other guy was like, "Blah, blah, blah, blah." He said absolutely nothing of value, and we still have no clue what this game is, so let's just hope it ends up being better than Minecraft Dungeons. Lightyear Frontier is a colourful survival game with some wholesome G-rated vibes. Gunfire Reborn is a pretty great first-person shooter roguelike that's been in early access on PC for a while. The Last Case of Benedict Fox has an intriguing art style and premise.
Looks nice.
And As Dusk Falls is a narrative-led adventure game that allows up to 8 people to play at once
I'm gonna
using
skip
a combination
this, I'm
of both
sorry.
controllers and smartphones. It's heavily inspired by the likes of Fargo and Dog Day Afternoon. A simple but effective art style and some engaging writing. This one's out pretty soon.
Moyang, miang, moyang.
You guys still cannot nail it. That's not it. Jigs, that's not it.
Prior to the show, there were rumblings that we could expect huge things from Obsidian, so imaginations ran wild. Jason Schreier hinted it could be something like Disco Elysium, while more optimistic fans formed prayer circles for Fallout New Vegas 2. It turned out to be this little nugget, Pentiment. It's a decade-spanning murder mystery set in the Middle Ages, with its name referring to the underlying image within a painting that can become clear with the passage of time. A very clever conceit in both name and visual design, since apparently the art style will subtly change as you progress through the game, and certain characters will look increasingly frayed and ragged. Obsidian's writing has long been celebrated, so it's nice to see them tackling what is a strictly text-based adventure. This is obviously more niche in its appeal than a post-apocalyptic first-person RPG, but I suspect the target audience is going to get a big kick out of this one. A few years back, I called Grounded the best game you shouldn't be playing right now because it hit early access and it was awesome, but it was pretty feature incomplete, so better to wait for the full package. The work is now nearly done, and Obsidian has announced that Grounded will hit 1.0 on September 22nd for both PC and Xbox. This is essentially Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but a survival game, and it rules, and you should totally wrangle some people into playing this one. You'll definitely have a blast. Speaking of survival games, probably a good time to mention that Valheim is coming to both Game Pass on PC and Xbox consoles.
Wait, really?
Valheim is, in my view, the greatest survival game ever. It was the second best thing I played last year, and it's not even finished yet. Like 4 of the promised 9 biomes aren't even in the game yet, and even then, it's still remarkable.
I'm waiting for this game to actually full release.
Continue to work on the main game, which has suffered from glacially slow updates.
Yeah.
But it's just awesome to know that console owners will get to experience this because it really is very special. PC Game Pass launches later this year, and the Xbox.
This game was so much fun.
Next year, no date yet. Quick shout out to Ereban Shadow Legends. I just really like the look of this one.
Yeah, this game is sexy.
They will not drag me into their light.
Now, I will admit, I was not ready to feel anything when it comes to a Diablo game, but this gameplay really did turn me around.
True.
I'm really excited for folks to get their hands on Diablo 4.
Just to see millions of people really enjoying the different options.
Through the campaign, local events, couch co-op,
Emiru.
Endgame.
PvP, it almost doesn't end.
And we are so close.
The Diablo 4 showcase began with a lengthy character introduction trailer for the Necromancer class, and this trailer did a fantastic job of selling just how dark and gritty this next installment might end up being. This is one of the biggest criticisms of Diablo 3, its cartoonish art style and its lack of gore.
True.
It was real PG-13 stuff in a franchise that always belonged in the MA15+ category. This trailer did not hold back with blood and skulls and decapitations and all sorts of cool necromancer shit. This would have been enough to pique my interest alone, but Blizzard went all in with a new gameplay reveal trailer, and this is when I got firmly on board. The new art style, just so much darker and more gothic. The combat looks more intimate than 3 ever was, much closer to Diablo 2, which had fewer enemies on screen. There's the promise of an open world to explore, world bosses, a huge Paragon leveling system, and tons of other stuff. I just think it looks really, really great, and it's just such a shame that Diablo Immortal exists, because it is very rightly suffocating the life out of the Diablo hype machine right now. It's impossible to think about this franchise and not think of the towering monument to pay-to-win greed that Immortal represents. So Blizzard, I hope it was worth it, because there's no coming back from that.
Cocoon. I'm waiting for Starfield. I'm pretty sure a lot of people does. I'm not hyped about it though, but it's probably gonna be a good game. PoE 2 looks sexy too.
Cocoon is another game I recommend putting on your radar.
For sure,
it comes from one half of the team behind games like Inside and Limbo. That team went their separate ways and are now working on their own projects, and this is one of them. It has a nice art style, like an isometric journey almost. This one looks like one of those vibe games that I'm very much about, so this is firmly on my watch list.
I'm actually down for this one.
A while back, Phil Spencer made clear his commitment to getting a foothold in the Japanese market. I was there in London when Phil Spencer announced that they were bringing the entire Yakuza franchise to Game Pass, and that they were in discussions to bring Final Fantasy XIV to the Xbox. That's still a work in progress, I guess. But Phil has been quietly marching towards his goal of a Japan that gives a shit about Xbox, and that strategy is paying some dividends, since it was only recently that Xbox actually outsold PlayStation for the very first time ever in Japan. It was only for 1 week, and sure, that was largely because there were no PS5s in stock. But hey, Xbox are selling something, which they certainly weren't doing in the Xbox One era. At the showcase, Phil unveiled the next phase of his big
I'm so convinced D4 will be trash. We'll see. No one can tell yet.
Which it turns out is a Souls-like set in feudal Japan. This does come from Team Ninja, who have had plenty of practice with the Souls-like formula in their excellent Neo series. That one drew from the deep well of Japanese mythology, so it'll be nice to see their spin on a different set of gods and monsters. But Uncle Phil was just beginning his 1-2 punch combo. Next up, he delivered news that Xbox weebs have been begging for since time immemorial. Persona was coming to the Xbox. And not just the offshoot stuff. Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, and Persona 5 Royal were all headed to the Xbox. But that wasn't all, because in addition to that bombshell, we also learned that all 3 games would be making their way to PC. To be fair, Persona 4 was already available on Steam, but Persona 3 and 5 sure as shit were not. So this is huge news. And it left Nintendo fans very upset. For as loud as Xbox fans have been in their calls for Persona, no audience has been louder or more incessant than Nintendo Switch fans. There is a rumor, by the way, that a Nintendo Direct is coming at the end of the month, so hopefully Atlas and Sega deliver there. But today isn't about them, it's about Xbots, who finally get to enjoy some of the finest RPGs ever made. That kicks off on October 21st when Persona 5 Royal launches, and then you have to assume that the 2 other titles will arrive soon after that. At this point, Uncle Phil's quick jab and right cross had left us unsteady on our feet. Sensing our disequilibrium, Uncle Phil wound up his haymaker, and when it connected, it did not disappoint.
こんにちは、小島秀夫です。ずっと作りたかったゲームがあります。
I still remember I scream when this show. Yeah, I think I screamed pretty loud. Yeah, it was like fucking 2 a.m. in the morning as well. Jesus Christ.
それは誰も体験したことも見たこともない全く新しいものです。
The man himself, Hideo Kojima, aka Big Daddy, aka Hassan Karaman. He was in the house, sort of, beamed to us through the power of the intertube so that he could reveal the existence of his long-rumored, long-leaked Xbox exclusive partnership. The rumor got its start a whiles back when Jeff Grubb reported on the existence of an agreement between Xbox and the Japanese Lale Lule legend, and was further buttressed by reporting from Tom Henderson, who claimed it was a horror title he was working on. Central to the rumors was the promise that the game would lean heavily on Microsoft's cloud computing capabilities, a promise made by other games at the start of the Xbox One era, but never fulfilled. Kojima was tight-lipped
cloud
on his
gaming
capabilities, but he did
capabilities?
claim that it was the game he always wanted to make, and as a Metal Gear Solid fan, I took that personally. This barb aside, Kojima's brief appearance was a true highlight of the show, and the clearest sign yet of how committed Xbox was to securing exclusive rights to Japanese talent. Like a setting sun, we arch from an Eastern luminary to a Western one. All of a sudden, we're confronted with the familiar visage of Todd Howard. He was back, wearing his lucky lion.
Did you ever play Kojima last game? Metal Gear Solid 5?
Sitting around a table throwing out buzzwords and concept art. We finally got our first look at Starfield.
Sorry. Okay, good one. Good ones, chill up.
No, Austin, that's No Man's Sky. Easy mistake to make, I get it. But could we get the Starfield trailer, please? Thanks.
It actually looks similar. It's not wrong.
No,
nope.
Austin.
Star Citizen.
Star Citizen trailer.
Yeah,
that's like Starfield, except instead of building your own ship, you have to buy them for like 10,000 actual dollars. No,
true.
Can we please get the Starfield trailer from Bethesda Game Studios? Just look for the one with the lowest frame rate, and that'll be it.
True. Never gets old.
Now this, ladies and gentlemen, is Starfield, the first new IP from Bethesda Game Studios in 25 years, and the studio that brought us Horse Armor, The Creation Club, and Fallout 76 are back with their most ambitious project yet. You see that planet over there? You can land on it. 16 times the planet.
The detail.
It just works at 22.5 FPS. No, seriously, jokes aside, I know this footage has met with some mixed response, and I think that's fair. I'm in the rather boring camp of thinking this just looks good. I don't think it looks industry redefining, but nor do I think it looks like contemptible trash. It looks like Skyrim in space, for good and for ill, and that's pretty much what I expected, so I'm okay with that. But anyone who managed to convince themselves that Starfield would be either a technological or gameplay design breakthrough, yeah man, I think you were setting yourself up for disappointment on that one. Certainly parts of this are a little worrying. I keep cracking jokes about the frame rate because yeah, it sucks. It's 30, and like not even a good 30. It's a Bethesda 30.
What's up,
man, like when you make a game trailer, you show your game running at its best possible performance, like running on NASA supercomputers. I mean, this is still the Creation engine, the same engine that powered Fallout 76, albeit a little bit updated. And yeah, it still runs terribly. When I heard that Bethesda was sticking with Creation, I didn't expect any different, but the proof is here, I guess. This also has a lot of impact on actual game design, because Todd would later confirm that it's not possible to do what No Man's Sky does. You know, that whole thing where you like take off from a planet and fly straight into outer space. There's a loading screen that separates planets from outer space here in Starfield, because this engine can barely render a broom closet without hitching.
True.
So loading the entire galaxy on the fly was never going to be on the cards here. Then there's the NPCs who retain their dead-eyed stare. That's a bummer, because great strides have been made in this regard over many years. Just look at stuff like Horizon Forbidden West or Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Again, this is how Creation does faces, and yeah, they're not exactly cutting edge at this point, so here we are. Design-wise, a lot of people were pretty disappointed with the combat that they saw. I wasn't, because I never played Bethesda games for combat. It was always just serviceable at best. It looks serviceable here too. It's got some cool looking guns, but enemies don't really respond to being shot. That's what I expected. So yeah, all of this is either pretty crappy or pretty mid, but there are some really cool things here that I am actually excited about. I love this setup. I'm a sucker for sci-fi.
The ship,
can deliver me
the ship builder,
sci-fi world to explore. Then I'm down for that. We got to look at a number of locations, and I think more than a few of them look awesome. We got a hint of some of the factions that we'll meet and the grand quest that we'll be on, and it seems a little familiar, but hey, I'm okay with a little familiar. The Expanse is basically just Mass Effect, and that doesn't stop it from being awesome. The promise of building outposts is cool, and the chance to build and customize your own spaceship is totally rad, and then you can take that up into outer space and shoot things with it. Come on, man, that's going to be pretty cool, probably. Morrowind, to this day, is still one of the most formative game experiences in my entire life, and Skyrim is still possessed of a special magic that no one can quite explain. We all know it's there. If Bethesda can capture just a portion of that and breathe it into this new sci-fi world, I think we'll be in for a pretty good, maybe even great video game. But do I think that all of those 1,000 planets will be worth visiting?
Nope.
No, I don't, Todd. Do I think it's going to run well? No,
Nope.
I don't, Todd. Do I think that it's going to be stuffed with bugs?
Yes.
Hell yes, I do, Todd. But like 1 to 2 years after launch, I'm sure it'll be pretty great after the modders have fixed it. And with that, Todd Howard got back into his spaceship and flew to his secret moon base to continue work on his opus, knowing that when his work was done, he would then commence work on the game he revealed like 8 years ago now, Elder Scrolls 6. His departure marked the end of the Xbox showcase, and we're left to question, was it good? Yes, it was good.
It was really
Very
fucking
good,
good.
in fact.
Yeah.
Phil's frustrations with Showcase's past gave rise to a 90-minute special full of actual video game gameplay, that creepy-looking Vin Diesel notwithstanding. Not only that, but everything you saw is going to be out in the next 12 months-ish. Sure, some stuff's going to get delayed, but I bet most of it won't, which means that if you're an Xbox fan, you're eating pretty well between now and next June. Finally, and I really think this can't be overstated, almost everything you saw at this showcase is going to be on Game Pass. That means that your next 12 months of gaming is going to cost you around $100. And that's for the stuff that was just in this showcase, when Game Pass has consistently shown that it's delivering mountains of third-party content each month. Quality first and third-party titles delivered within the next 12 months, playable on console, PC, and cloud, and for the low price of like $10 a month or whatever. That is an absolutely insane value proposition. And while the gaming pie continues to grow,
it's crazy value.
That Xbox will continue taking a larger and larger portion of that pie, as their content, technology, and business model are leagues ahead of what they were doing in the ill-fated Xbox One era. Phil Spencer is running a tight ship, and that's always what I wanted to see.
Fallout
from
came
this
out in
generation.
2015, I know,
Three
right?
console manufacturers all going strong, fighting hard for our dollars, giving us a huge range of incredible experiences. Well done, Team Green. Keep it up, and see you next year at Key 3 2023. Alright, so I don't know how serious some of you might be about your clans or your guilds or your fire teams or your free companies or your whatevers, but if you are super serious about them, then maybe you might want to create a website for your community. It could be a place to help with recruitment.
At time, okay, yeah. Honestly,
to memorialize your community.
my opinion, Starfield's gotta be fucking okay. The thing is that when we're talking about Starfield, it's kind of like what's the right word for it? It's you either love it or hate it kind of game. Cause you know it's I don't know. Like we all saw the gameplay. Starfield is basically Skyrim in space. In a nutshell. Like, of course, it's going to be like a lot more high quality or new shit in that thing. But I think people who is expecting new games from Bethesda are expecting that. They're not expecting some fucking, you know, human NPC that actually looks alive. No, that's not Bethesda. Bethesda always produce NPC that have dead eyes, the dead stare, you know, and the FPS gonna be dog shit for first couple fucking weeks until they either update it or some modders just make some really cool ass fucking performance mod and stuff like that. That's just how Starfield is, period. And I feel like yeah, majority of gamers expecting that already in the first place. Like, if you're expecting some fucking high quality ass fucking game from Starfield, you're just not gonna get it. That's not Starfield. Or I don't know. We've been, if you're a long time gamer and you played a lot of the fucking Bethesda game, Morrowind, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas, you know, all that kind of shit. You know their standard is kind of peaked at Skyrim in terms of like the quality of their game. Like how they package their game is very similar in terms of like the dialogue, the performance, everything is just very mid. But the one thing that they really able to nail, especially in Skyrim and Fallout not New Vegas, Fallout 3 in my opinion, was the role play aspect of the game. The RPG aspect of Skyrim and Fallout 3 was so fucking, you know what I mean? Like it's just, it literally up to you how you want to run the game. Like how do you want to do the story? Like when you boot up these games, you actually play as yourself. Like there is, you know, everyone's experience with this game is different. And I think that's the charm of Bethesda games. The good one at least, that they really nail on how to make a role-playing game actually feels like you're role-playing, you know? And that's actually, I would say, not that easy to nail in terms of like how much freedom do you have in those games and stuff like that. And yeah, in my opinion, Bethesda nails it pretty fucking well in terms of that. It's just up to how much do you, how much can you, you know, how much can you kind of like, what's the word in English, like I understand the combat is kind of meh. Like Fallout shooting is fucking dog shit. It's very basic, obviously, because it's not a shooter game. It's a RPG game that have guns. So as long as it can shoot straight, it works. The more important part is that how customizable your gun is, or how customizable your character is, because it's, in a sense, it's a really in-depth role-playing game. And I feel like people who buy Bethesda games should limit their expectation to that only. And that's why I, even though it's not really my kind of genre, I'm excited. Because I know we're gonna get Skyrim in space, basically. Alright, give me a sec. We're gonna do some games right now, but I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, refill my water, and yeah, man. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. You guys do too. Play some Neon White. Come. Oh, sorry. I'm back. Ugh. Oop. Okay. Jesus Christ, Sudo. I wouldn't say Bethesda games shine with their RPG we want to, but with a plausible open world that feels alive enough to be laid throughout, which never makes you not curious what's happening behind the next door. True. I feel like when I said RPG, like that's part of it. Like in a sense that the world that feels somewhat. I keep running out of words. Alive, I guess. Like, you know, like in Skyrim, when you arrive for the first time, like first time you play Skyrim, and when you arrive in the fucking, what's the name of the first place? When I forgot. What was the first? What's the first city or village or whatever the fuck? Or they looking for the Dragonborn? One Whiterun. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like when you arrive at the Whiterun for the first time, like, you know, you ask the villagers around on the outskirt of the thingy, and then you arrive in the fucking place. I don't know. I feel like Skyrim have something that just feels right, but I'm not quite sure what it is exactly. It just, when you play that game, it you know you're in for a good time. That's what I'm trying to say, in a sense. Alright, let me save this. I guess it's more like Fallout in space, but I still feel pretty meh about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Skyrim or Fallout. I played Skyrim, but I never get to the end game, because somewhere in the middle, like, I started installing a shit ton of mods that I forgot that the main game is a Skyrim about Dragonborn, and like I start fighting like Thomas the Train and shit like that. And then Fallout, I did finish Fallout 3, and I never finished Fallout New Vegas, but to be fair, New Vegas is Obsidian. But Fallout 3 is like pretty fucking good as well, with some of those shitty ass charm of like shitty FPS on the first couple launch, and some very ridiculous bugs. But when you play Bethesda game, you kind of like, oh yeah, it's Bethesda game. You expect this kind of thing. I don't know, dude. I will use the toilet too. Hey! I was an adventurer once till I took an arrow to the knee. Stare. Hell, adventure. Stare. True. Bethesda stare the game. Madam Trap has something important. What is it? Riverwood was more iconic to me. The bard playing in the inn brings back 10 years of memories. True, but I feel like Whiterun is like, for majority of gamers, Whiterun is like the iconic one. You know? By the way, I drew this. It is the alive world, I would say. Probably, yeah. It does feels like Skyrim is a real place somewhere, even though it's not, obviously. But like, if you have played Skyrim, it feels like you've been there IRL before, and it just the game kind of make like a fantasy version of it. You know what I mean? So it's like a, yeah, I don't know. Well, Red never get past the first. No, I have. I think main story wise, I got to shit, dude. The first time I played Skyrim was when I was still using my dad's Toshiba laptop. And AMD still called ATI. Like it was so long ago. Do you guys remember that AMD used to call it ATI? Radeon, like before they partnered with AMD. Yeah, like that was the time where I installed Skyrim. I still don't have a PC. I played on my dad's laptop. And I didn't know mods exist. I was like fucking, I was not much of a gamer when I played Skyrim. And I remember, I think, I have to choose between two factions. I forget their name as well. One of them is like fucking outlaws, and the other one is like the quote unquote the lawful guys. I forgot the name. You met one of the guy from the intro, and then like I remember that part of the game. You kind of like, oh shit, which one should I choose? I like the fucking guy from this fucking outlaws clan. Is kind of cool, but I kind of want to hang out with the fucking good guys as well. I don't know, like Imperials and Stormcloaks, yeah. And I remember, I think I chose Stormcloaks. And then after that, after me and my friend talked about Skyrim a lot, he introduces me to mods, to Skyrim modding. And I was like, whoo! Oh, you know? You know what mods that I'm talking about. Like, there's some cool mods, right? Like, a lot of, like, you know, added stuff and shit. And then there's, like, binoculars. Whoa. And, yeah. You don't mod games in the first playthrough, and that's why I don't mod. I think Skyrim was my entry level of PC modding. I already played games, PC games before, but I was like dumb as fuck. Like, I'm not really good at modding. Mind you, I came from a PlayStation when it comes to PC gaming. I was a PlayStation lad for like first half of my childhood. I only got into PC gaming to like at the age of 14, 15. Like, I remember my first PC game at my cousin's place was Quake. Pretty much. He was playing Quake 3 Arena. And then he also introduced me to Half-Life 1. And that... Oh my god. Quake 3 Arena was so fucking fun. Holy shit. Okay. Stormcut on sub. I bet you read Lusty Argonian Maid. Let's not talk about my Skyrim pass, okay? It's been so long. Okay. By the way, you guys can find the drawings that I did on Discord. Yeah. I drew this zombie watching TV. It's kind of cool. Yeah. Join Discord, panel down below. Cuckoo. It's now for gaming. Go gaming. I'm snacking, by the way. Raddtrap fat. Okay. Half-Life presses different buttons. Yeah. I don't know. I remember Half-Life when I played Half-Life for the first time. I was so immersed. I was legit bonding with G-Man. Like, I don't know. G-Man was pretty fucking cool, man. Every time he shows up, I was like, oh, it's that guy! It's that creepy dude. Media, please. Oh shit, you got more? Skip to 11:50 to watch at least 21. What is this? Reactors, the professional parasite, how everyone losses except the reactors. Featuring Asmongold and XQC. Oh god, it's Dark Viper. Oh shit. 11:50. 11:50. What do you mean by watch until 21?
How much for watching YouTube videos? Asmongold has reacted to around 450 videos on his main channel for a total of 188 million views. Traditionally, with YouTube videos made by actual creators, it is hard to know how much time and effort went into producing the end result.
I've read, optimized, and bug fixed the entire Mario 64 source code. This took weeks to finish, and a few hundred hours of concentrated work went into this.
Days, weeks, months, it's sometimes hard to guess. But given that Asmongold is a reactor, we know that roughly the duration of the video is the amount of time that he put into it. We can therefore say that Asmongold spent roughly 205 hours working on these videos. As Western channels get on average between 3 and 5 USD per 1,000 views, I will use my 2-year average of $3.43 to say Asmongold made approximately $644,000 or $3,100 an hour for watching these YouTube videos. He's also received approximately 5 billion impressions of exposure, assuming a 4% average click-through rate, which would be fairly standard for videos of this length. I am of course underselling how much Asmongold makes from these re-uploads of other people's videos, as obviously those who watch these videos would then be given impressions of his other videos by the algorithm, which would lead to more views and revenue for his other content that it wouldn't otherwise get. Additionally, I'm excluding the ad revenue, bits, donations, subs, and growth that he gets on his live streams where he first re-uploads this content. This system of exploitation is fundamental for Asmongold to be able to make the roughly $1.5 million he makes on Twitch every year, as any other method to create this content would have resulted in less growth and less streaming for him on that platform.
Here's the thing. Okay, I need a screen. Okay. Here's the thing. I feel like when it comes to like Twitch reacting, like it's inevitable. We do it. I basically do it just because like I just want to see what you guys want me to see, and like we just watch it together. It's like watching YouTube videos with friends. But I feel like the problem lies when people like Asmin and XQC react to a certain video, right? The full length of the video, and then make that reaction into a video, right? Like, if we're talking about just like reacting to a video on stream, it's free use. It's a free use copyright. You just cannot fight that. As long as I contribute into the reacting of the videos, it's free use. But when you upload a video of you reacting to a certain video, that's where it gets to the gray area, where it's just like, according to the laws, it's okay, but the creator of the original video sometimes can get a good feedback, but there are some cases where it's not gonna be as good for the creator of the video. You know what I'm talking about? So in this reaction stuff, I feel like the one that gets the stone, or like, you know, the bad side of it, is the big creator. In terms of like, you know, Kurskazad, or, you know, those kind of people. They basically could have got a lot more views, but because XQC reacting to their videos, and then he uploaded that reaction, most people usually watch the one with XQC in it instead of the original video. And I feel like that is where I kind of agree that, yes, unfortunately the law allows it, but at the same time, it's not that fair for the original creator. But again, I feel like the reason this video exists is because it's not illegal. It's not against the law. It is 100% legal. It's one of those circumstances that it's like, it sucks for some people, but it's some people on the other spectrum doesn't really care about it, which is the audience. So yeah, it's a really hard topic to talk about, because it only involves the big creators. People who watch, the audience, the chat, the small YouTubers, everyone gain good things about it. People with like 1,000 subscribers, usually if big streamers watch their videos, they're gonna gain subscribers and gain viewers. But if we're talking about Kurskasad, who is an already big channel, and XQC reacted to their channel, that is where a lot of factors can factor in terms of like, you know, how XQC reacting to their video affect their viewership. Yeah, that's my take on it. I don't really know a lot about it. I don't really do a lot of research about it. It's a very gray area, and I do it myself, but I'm a 10 viewer Andy. So it doesn't, whether I'm watching them or not, it doesn't really affect anyone. You know? But I was encouraged, every time we watch a good video, I always try to let you guys know that, you know, the YouTuber, go to him, you know, subscribe, like his video. I share the link in the chat, because, you know, the least I can do is at least contribute that, you know, you guys at least subscribe to them, and also, you know, share their videos to your friends or something like that. Because I'm a 10 viewer Andy. Anything I do on the stream doesn't really impact in like a million views kind of way, unlike XQC or Asmongold. Alright, anyway, what's up, name? Enough drama. Enough dorama. I feel like those drama probably already pretty big on Twitter. Like everyone's already talking about it. Probably Pokimane Nazan already fucking tweet about it or some shit like that. No one to give a shit. So let's just play some games. Alright, it's not really about no one really give a shit, but it's, I feel like anything I say, it's not really gonna contribute to that fact. So yeah. Save it all day, pass out. You don't do it for a living. You don't fall into the parasitic tag. But if I'm a big streamer, I am, right? If I'm a big streamer and I do this, I mean, I basically fall into the big streamer reacting to those things. I affected their performance indirectly. But again, it's not illegal. You can do it. It's a free use copyright. It's just a very shady gray area. What are you eating? It's just some snackies. It's a leftover, what do you call it? It's traditional food in Indonesia. No, it's not. It's not some big meal. It's like a snacky. It's like a, I don't know what it's called. It's like a potato chip, but not really. What do you call it, Hadian? Kering kentang, but like the soft ones.
We're called neons.
Oh my god, my ear. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. It's like potato crackers or potato chips, but it's not hard. It's soft. It's those things. Yeah, I don't know what it's called in English. Oh shit, sorry. Ooh, the music. if you watched it, hit explain. You explain the algorithm to get your videos recommended instead of theirs when they search for their title. Exactly. That's why I said it's not against the law, but it's very shitty thing that unfortunately happened. That's why, let's just for example, I'm a big ass streamer with like 10,000 viewers, like XQC level, right? If I would still probably do React Andy content with you guys, but YouTube side, I would probably not gonna upload React content, even though I could, but I feel shitty about doing it. I feel like people who I reacted to, I would get in their way. You know what I mean? I feel like reacting to their videos on stream is enough. I don't have to upload a video of raddtrap reacting to this viral video. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying it's shitty, but I feel shitty of doing it. Keripik kentang, yeah, something like that.
Should have known it was gonna end this way.
Oh wait, fully voice acted?
God's sixth sense of humor or something. People like me don't get second chances. But if I did, I swear I'd do it right.
How can a chip be soft?
Huh? I swear I was just in the middle of something.
It's not chip.
Can't remember a thing though. Where the heck am I? Do I know these people?
Who? Or the red lady.
Neons, rejoice! For you've arrived in glorious heaven!
What?
We are the believers, agents of God.
Okay.
And you, dead mortals, are what we refer to as neons, sinners that God has judged most unfavorably.
Wait, am I meant to be in hell?
But fret not, for we have granted you an opportunity for salvation in our annual competition, the 10 Days of Judgment. During these 10 days, you neons will use your villainous talents to annihilate the demons invading our holy land.
Is this for real?
Wait, we can see his face? I don't remember. I thought he was wearing a mask. Oh, very close some stuff. Oh my god! I almost closed OBS by accident. Yeah, this is a game that you suggested. I loved it. I bought it. It just released yesterday.
Hey, guess what? You died and God thinks you suck. Go kill some crap?
You will each receive a soul card containing a weapon befitting your past.
Whoa, badass.
Katana soul card. A soul card with a melee slash attack. It cannot be discarded. The attached note reads, according to our records, White's ideal weapon is totally 6 samurai sword. Hell yeah.
The most competent demon slayer will receive the ultimate reward, God's forgiveness, and your very own place in heaven. But first, some housekeeping.
Their voice. Oh. Okay.
You will now be known as Neon White.
Do not forget, you are here in heaven as guests. These masks contain an explosive that we won't hesitate to detonate if you step out of line. Please refrain from removing them, unless of course you'd prefer to go out in flames.
Okay.
Yeesh. I guess lowly sinners shouldn't expect red carpet treatment. But heaven kind of seems like a racket. And yet, forgiveness is strangely compelling to me. Like every inch of my body is calling out for it. It's almost painful. Who exactly did I used to be?
Now then, go forth, catch your boat at the glass port, and kill every demon you find. We'll be counting.
Alright. Demons, soul cards, no sweat. Memories might be hazy, but I don't need a tutorial on how to kick ass.
True.
They are gonna do a tutorial, right?
Probably. Does this game have tutorial? Oh yeah. Okay. It's a speedrun game. Whoa! What friend? Jumping. Alright, just play this normally for now. Just kidding.
Not my first try, too.
Hell yeah. Rank up? Not found. Gift collectible. Nah. I just play normally for now until I finish the game, and then we'll speedrun this game. Just like how we do it with Ghost Runner. How's the volume, by the way, chat? Oh shit. Oh, I forgot about that.
Another one down.
Alright. There we go.
And that's how it's done.
That's how it's done. I feel like the music's a little bit louder than the voice. Could at least lower it down a little bit. There we go. Whoop. What? Okay.
They should try making some hard
ones. The music in this game is fucking nutty. Don't trust my hearing.
Not too shabby. Must have been a real hardcore guy.
Yo, White, bro! It's me!
Oh, it's Yellow! Yo, White, bro!
It has been a minute, man.
I remember this guy. He's a dumbass.
This guy. Even with a mask on, I recognize him from earlier. I can tell I know him, but just vaguely.
Holy crap, you got the freaking anime sword? I thought for sure you'd get one of those little guns like the, what's it called, like gnomes use?
Gnomes?
Just messing. I know you're a badass.
So why the hell does an idiot like this seem to remember me perfectly?
Okay, man?
No, actually. I, seem to be missing my memories. Can you fill me in?
What, for real? We rode together for years, bro. Got up to some crazy stuff. You were my Sasuke, man. The darkness to my life.
My Sasuke, man!
You know I saved your life once. Took a bullet for you, dude.
Really?
Nah, I'm just messing.
Yeah. Alright.
Seriously, dude, we should team up. Just like old times. Then I could save you for real from those, like, demon freaks or something.
Yeah, appreciate the offer, but no thanks. I work alone.
I could be like, pow, and you could be like, because of the sword, you know?
Uh-huh. Sure. Good meeting.
Don't think, feel, bro.
Feel, bro! Yeah, bro! Hold up. Wait, what the fuck is my... Oh! Hold up. The guy sounds like younger Brimstone. I can see that. Oh my god, I fucking love coffee. Oh, sorry. Alright, so remember this.
Oh yeah!
Alright, I didn't remember it. Fuck!
Oh yeah!
No! Oh my god, that's so lame. Okay, I can do better. Come on. Come on. No! Okay, whatever, man. I'm gonna diamond every round before I speedrun it. Okay. Alright,
Another one down.
Sounds like a cocaine addict. Shut up! There we go.
Because I'm the best.
This tutorial is pretty slow. Oh, I forgot I can do that. I'm dumb. Bop bop. Bum. Bop 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 bop. Bum. Bing bang boom bing bop. Bop.
No scoped it.
Clean. No scoped it. Evil West got an extended gameplay trailer. Evil West? Which one is that again? Oh shit.
Is that the alt girl I saw from earlier?
Oh, this is Chat's waifu.
Hey. Mind letting go of my shirt?
There was this huge demon chasing after me! Looks like I lost it. You'd protect me if it came back, though, right?
Sorry, I got a boat to catch. You're on your own, kid.
You know how I feel about being called kid, White.
Hold up.
I actually don't remember. Amnesia? Side effect of dying, it seems.
Seriously? You're not alone. I've lost some memories, too. Like, I can't even remember how to use a gun, which makes this whole situation extra scary. Won't you at least show me how? Please, please, please.
Oh my god, the voice acting.
I don't know. I should probably get going.
You wouldn't really abandon a cute girl like me, would you? I know you don't remember, but you were once a great teacher. Mr. White.
Oh lord.
I was? Well, okay, fine. I can spare a second, I guess.
This guy.
You want to bend your knees a bit. Arms extended, but not locked.
Is this good?
Yeah, but keep it steady. You should use both hands and fill any open spaces on the grip with your fingers.
Oh, there's something kinda exhilarating about this, huh, Mr. White? Cold, hard metal in my hands, that hint of danger, your hot breath on the back of my neck.
Anyway, you'll learn faster by doing.
Like this?
Oh my god, Jesus.
Holy crap. Are you sure you forgot?
Yay! That was so much fun! Thanks, White. I owe you big time.
Well, you know, it's like you said. I'm a great teacher.
It's Violet. Don't go forgetting this time.
Neon Violet. Alright, their naming is very easy to remember because basically their color.
Violet, huh? Weird girl. Shoot. I better get moving.
Oh! You should try to get the present. I could. The problem is that if I get a present, I cannot get the fast time. But yeah, you're probably right. Alright, I already fucked it up. Oh? Wait. Okay. Oh, wait. I can get the present and restart and just still get it, right? I remember... I forgot if the present is in this one or not.
Yeah.
I don't remember there's a present in this one or not. Fitta helvete! They do make the play next and... Okay. Ooh, my frames. What was that?
Didn't even break a sweat.
I guess if I just get gold, why not? Not found, gift collectible. That means I can find it, right? Alright. Do you guys hear the clipping sound? Or is it just me? There's the gifts, by the way, in this one. Oh, okay. There's one in every level? I'm pretty sure there's one in like... Sometimes it's miss. Oh yeah, I forgot. You need those for like... You need those for like... Okay, I get